All right, checking my chickens. How's it going? Dragoon coming in with that sub, 52 months, player. I appreciate that. Hopefully you had a good Christmas time. Stream, probably last stream of the year. And then we start fresh and new next year. What's up, everyone? My name is Brent. Welcome to Wicked Minis. How's everyone doing on this Tuesday? Tuesday? It's a Tuesday. We're going to be working on these Glaivewraith Stalkers. You got this week off? Nice. Battle wagon tonight? Perfect. Happy Tuesday. What's up, D-Bib? Niles Mary, what's up? We're gonna work on painting some minis tonight. We gotta make them like this to like this. Well, actually, technically, they need to look like something I don't have right at the moment. Because they're supposed to look like this one. Now, they need to look like that. So, this to that of some kind. K Perkins, what's up? The worst streamer? It's not the first time. I heard that before. Ain't the first. All right, let's start laying some freaking colors down and let's get things started. Oh, actually, we're not gonna use this one. No. Where did it go? Paints are disappearing in front of my face. There it is. Norwegian, what's up, dude? How you doing? Paints, how's it going? We'll use a little bit of dark stone here. Trying to finish up all my Nighthaunts for Age of Sigmar. It's kind of nice, actually, get something done. I just finished up my 40,000 army and got all the Imperial Knights all done. So that's nice, you know, getting some things done. Little filthy cape, trying to use up all my army painter stuff. Just trying to use up all these old paints because I don't know what the heck to do, especially with these are my own personal army anyways. So why not? I'm gonna go Stone Golem afterwards. Perfect. Sure. Oh my gosh. That should have been on an episode of Mission Impossible right there. Okay, I'm gonna start working on. It seems like it was more base than pretty much anything else on this model, really. Maybe that's probably the main reason why they took these things off the market or whatever. You can't use these dudes. Well, you can use these dudes, supposedly what I've heard, you can use these dudes all the way up until June of 2026, and then after that, they're just gonna legend these dudes out. It's kind of crazy on Age of Sigmar that they're getting to the point of legending models out. I find that a little bit much, you know? Fulgrim for Horus Heresy. Nice, that's a beautiful piece. That's a large piece. A lot of wings. A lot of wings, I gotta tell you. A lot of wings. It's a beautiful model though. Fulgrim's awesome looking. I was like, I'm not a huge fan of Emperor's Children out of my Chaos endeavors. I am a little excited about the Red Corsairs getting hair on Blackheart, which that's kind of cool. I like that model. But my big one was World Eaters because I painted so many World Eater models. And then I'm not allowed to even use those World Eater models anymore. Yeah, you spend all that time. I spent like forever painting World Eaters from like forever ago. And then I get them all done. And then I was playing some games from like 8th and 9th edition. And then at the end of 9th edition, World Eaters get a codex. And it's like, all the models I painted for World Eaters are no longer like valid. Like the Obliterators, regular just Chaos Space Marines, Mutilators. What other stuff do I have? Like, I think I have some, not Legionnaires because those are the regular Chaos Space Bros. But like Havocs and stuff like that, like, and they're all painted all in the red scheme for like World Eaters. And then they're like, I can't use any of those dudes. I was like, well, shoot, now I got to make a whole army of Red Corsairs because no reason for me to like, they're painted nice. So I don't think I wanted to like strip them or anything like that just to paint them some other paint scheme. So I was like, well, we'll just do Red Corsairs. And it was kind of cool that they released Hair and Blackheart. So. The Demon Fulgrim, yeah, like the big one with the wings and stuff on them. I have 3 armies at 40K. I got, yeah, that's a good amount. That's a good amount. It's a good amount. I got too many. I've been painting stuff and selling them off because I got too carried away. I was too carried away. It was I was totally not. What's the word I'm thinking of? Let's see here. I was irresponsible during 8th and 9th edition because so much new stuff was coming out. A lot of things that like hit personally, like from years and years ago, like 20 plus years ago. Like I've always wanted a Sisters of Army battle, the Sisters of Battle, the Adeptus Sortis. Like I've always wanted them since I was a kid. But they were all pewter models back in the day. And then now like I got like a full plastic, inventory for them. So I went crazy on those. Then like the DKOK finally started coming out in plastic now. And I was just like, yeah, like I always wanted them too when I was younger. And those were another one that was like Forge World. Like you had to have like some serious coin to be buying freaking DKOK stuff. So the Deathcore or Krieg. And I was like, dude, I wanted those so bad. So when they came out in plastic, I was so excited. I was like, oh, finally. I'm like, this is fantastic. Made them actually like, relatively, they're within the means of purchasing. Yeah. I had like 10,000 points of orcs. Ugh, I painted so many, I'm over it. That's awesome though. Orcs are cool. Like they're super cool. I love orcs. I love when they're all done, more so than actually like painting them. I wasn't a big fan of painting orcs, but I was a pretty decent fan of when they were done, because you have to paint so many of those bad boys. They're great though. They're great. Like I love. See, you got Emperor's Children, White Scars. White Scars are cool too. That's a little bit of a challenging deal there. Antifreeze coming in with that sub. 61 months. Boy, that's a long time. That's a long time. You completed the 5-year mark. Can't believe I've been doing this for over 5 years. Someone just responded that they're like, you're the worst streamer. I'm like, yep, 5 years of this. 5 years of this. I just shipped out your model today, actually. You got Dragoon, you got like a little over shy of 10,000 for your orcs? Yeah, I got like, I think I probably still have like 4,000 points of orcs. Alright. And I just sold like a ton of them, dude. I sold like 60 old school boys, 30 new school boys, sold like 4 trucks, death copters, 20 Gretchens with the Ruckus dude, whatever his name is. Rufus. I don't remember what the hell his name is. So I sold like 20 of those. Yeah, 4 trucks. What was it? 6 Killicans. A Death Dread. A lot of character models. It was a good amount. I still got like 50 like Beast Naga boys. Still got like 12 or more, 12 or 16 of the like Orc Riders, or like the whatever there are. They're on Squig. They're like the Squig Riders, Hog Riders. Yeah, I still got like, I got like 9 Killicans, 2 Death Dreads, got 30 more new boys. I got like 369, that'd be 9 Death Copters again. Got a Killer Rig. The dude on the big giant freaking Squig. And then all the other stuff for like the Snaga boys. It's ridiculous. I don't even know how I'm accumulating, especially something that I don't particularly care for, and all of a sudden I'm accumulating like a whole bunch of them. I'm like, why do I have so many of these? It's preposterous. I tell you, preposterous. Well, yeah. Have tattoos of orcs too? Nice. There's a handful of 40K fans I know. A lot of them have ruins. Like they're all a bunch of Space Wolf fans. I see them with ruins on them. There's a couple people I know that have like the chaos symbols on them. But a lot of people have like a lot of that, the ruins. Yeah, 14 trucks and 6 battle wagons, golly. Like massive. That's massive. It's crazy. That is crazy. Obviously, I forgot a spot in this stuff. 3 Stompas. Yeah, I got 1 Stompa. 3 Stompas feel like a bit much. Aren't those things like 800 points? You want to see the Godbuster? I swear I showed it on stream before. You haven't seen it? I put that thing together like months ago. I just have no room for it. You want to see the big Godbuster? Here, I'll show you Norwegian. Hold on, don't go anywhere. I'm like, all right, I want to see. I want to see. I don't even know how to even put this thing. Like the arm fell off accidentally. I need to glue it back in place. But there's like, this thing's massive. This is the Godbuster. I don't even know what to do about this thing. So this is the Godbuster. This came from Cromlech. I don't even know if I can even fit this in the camera here. Maybe I can. I don't know. Maybe. This thing's freaking giant. Giant and awkward. Yeah, this is the Cromlech one. It's freaking huge. It's massive. It's ridiculous. And it took me like, I want to say it took me like 26 hours to put it all together. It's a lot. And then he has like, the arm fell off on this one, but it's just one of his guns and stuff. I gotta pull. And there goes the other arm. I gotta get the piece that goes off of here that actually hooks on there. Their connection pieces are a little. It didn't break, it just slipped off. They have like these little slip pieces, which are easier to fall off than they are going on, I can tell you that much. Now I gotta mess around with it. It's big. It's a big piece. And I gotta take the other piece off of it anyway, so I still need to work on it. I still need to get it primed and stuff. It's freaking massive. That thing is a big piece, though. I should have kept it in the box. That's about as good as that thing will go. It's just like I should have kept it in a box. Like maybe if I build like my diorama pieces or like my table and stuff like that, maybe I can have that sitting out there and doing all right. What's up, man? Okay, have a good day.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah, it was funny because it was a limited release, and then they sold out of them, and then I saw that they were reselling them again. So it's an opportunity to go get one. Your kill team is made with Cromlech orcs. Yeah, they're a pretty neat place. There's a handful of things that I want. Like the next thing I want to get from Cromlech is the football stadium for Blood Bowl. I think that stadium looks so cool. I would absolutely love to have those. Yeah, Cromlech stuff is pretty neat. I don't know. Here's the other thing that I got from Cromlech too, and I like it a lot better. But it is a lot smaller though. You could probably utilize it as like a Gorkanaut. I think it would be like a Gorkanaut. That would probably be the best one. So, this other one. Uh-oh. I got pieces of wood, guys. Pieces of wood. Oh my goodness. What the hell is wrong with me today? But you could probably utilize this thing as like a Gorkanaut. I forgot what this thing was called, but this is another one that came from Cromlech too. Since I was doing some things with Cromlech, it was kind of neat to do some things. This piece comes off. And then this thing's actually magnetized. So this thing, oh, that piece just literally came off too. Thing's falling apart, I'm telling you guys, it's falling apart. It goes on here and then it has like a bunch of arms and stuff that go on it. What have you. Pieces in there so I don't lose them. I can't hold on to a single thing without like breaking things, so maybe not grab any more stuff, I can tell you that much. It's making me have to do a bunch of fixing stuff. That thing's pretty neat too, I like it. Yeah, so it kind of works as like a Gorkanaut if you want to use it as a Gorkanaut. So obviously you gotta paint it all Bad Moon's color, because it's a big giant moon to begin with. So it's been fun. I was like eventually gonna get to those, but I've been so busy trying to get my personal army done. It's been kind of exciting, even though that these guys will only work for so long before they don't work anymore, but I might add them with the Morngul. And then I was looking at the Briar Queen that I have. I say had like I don't have it anymore. I still do. And those models are actually built really nicely, so I might actually put those in their own little diorama since I can't play with them anymore. And then maybe we can competitively paint those properly for paint competitions in the future. Would be kind of nice. Have kind of a relative idea what to do about that Briar Queen and her like 7 little goons that go with her. Oh, oil and emma wash, how long do you let it sit before wiping? Depends on how dark you want it. The darker you want it, the longer you want it to sit. No longer than 20 minutes. If you want stuff to be brighter than usual, I normally wipe that off right away after I put the wash on. Yeah, but within 20 minutes. It seems like every 10 minutes it kind of, after 20 minutes it starts drying on you. So you want to do it within 20 minutes. 5-10 minutes if you want like a mediocre grime streak on there, and then like 15-20 minutes if you want a darker grime streak on it. You start wiping. Yeah, there's a ton of details on Cromlech. I painted a whole bunch of Cromlech pieces. They're extremely detailed. I love them. They look good. Let's see here. You gotta make all factions of the orcs? Well, you got probably enough points for all that. Especially when you're like rocking with that many Stompas, you could probably make almost every faction. Snakebite? Gotcha. Seven planes, yeah, I painted one. That was a lot of fun too. That's a lot of planes though. There's a lot of planes. What's up, Nemo? How's it going? I for sure had enough after 8 years working in worldwide miniature painting studio. I've done pretty much crazy stuff for people around Terra. Gotcha. I can see that. Like I did one and I went to the Golden Demon here in 2023. And then after getting like total stomped down, I was sitting there, I was like, all right, I gotta rethink how I approach those models again. And how I wanna go about it. It's different than how I'm painting right now. Like this is completely different. These ones here, I'm trying to field miniatures and give them really nice paint jobs, but not to the extent of competition pieces. So I'm trying. I need to get like I need to get my finances a little bit more under wraps. So I was gonna give it all 2026 and then maybe start visiting conventions and be around again in 2027 and start traveling again. It's one of my weaker things to do for myself. I'm not a big traveling person, so but yeah, I'll start doing it again. Well, since I did like that Kickstarter for Mindworks Studios, I'm gonna have like just a bunch of miscellaneous pieces. They're beautiful pieces and stuff, and I'll start painting those for like the smaller ones. Nova, Las Vegas Open, maybe Gen Con if they have one, stuff like that. If I can get a better 3D printer, I would do like the Resin Beast competition as well as the Adepticon pieces, but Adepticon I gotta try to get a relative idea of how I want to paint those miniatures I want to enter in, because 2023 was like an eye-opener. I was sitting there, I was like, okay, I need to really I gotta really think outside the box here if I want to compete with these guys, because a lot of them are this absolutely phenomenal paint jobs. So I was like, I gotta come up with some new ideas here. Yeah, happy almost New Year to you, Nemo. Eldark. Over 500 pieces of World War II bolt action for Germany. Oh boy. Desert Fox, another special museum quality level at hero scale. That's nice. I never got into bolt action. Never got into bolt action. Most of the time, Games Workshop kind of consume my stuff. I do got Mantic Games things, like I do got like Armada boats, Kings of War. Conquest is in my next realm of getting stuff, but I still got to exit out so much GW stuff. I'm still working on the process of exiting out miniatures because I got way too many different factions. And then I decided that I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna keep like the ones that I like the most, and then I'll just start painting the other ones and start selling them off, and that's what I've been doing. Oh man, that's terrible, Nemo. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. I'm glad that you're feeling better. Food poisoning is no joke. That's terrible. You got poison from the gas station. That is easy to do. I don't know how long that stuff's been sitting in those cabinets for days. Just on a heat warmer. Just, whoa. Those are cool looking. Oh, yeah, that's a big old army of them. I imagine when you said 500 of them, that's quite a bit of them. Still looks good though. I like them. Oh yeah, and then you're paid to do them too? Not bad there. That works. Yeah, these dudes are just like all bass here. It's not that bad. All right, we'll go get a little bit of that filthy cape. Oops. Dipping in the wrong thing here. Every sad thing that happened in Game of Thrones. Yeah, one of my mods ever gets sends me stuff, so he's just like, yeah, this thing's like some kind of dark freaking dark fake music here. Hey, All Dark. Don't solicit on my stream. Still, I'll tell you once. Series coming in with that sub, baby. 36 months play. I appreciate that. How's it going, man? You're flipping tired, I imagine. I can imagine, especially when you're getting in that Christmas time. It can be difficult. Yeah, right when I think that Christmas is all over with, I'm still not 100% done. Because then my boy's birthday is literally next week. So let alone after I'm done with like Christmas, then it's just like switch gears and go into my son's birthday. And that thing is just like, and then after I'm done with his birthday, I'm just like, all right, now I'm like, I'm completed for a whole year. Like everything happens like all at once. It's like, my word. Valentine's, well, that depends. Valentine's depends. That there is just like, what's up, Rosie? It's getting better. It's getting better. Like every week is getting better. Still got the freaking stupid incisions, like they ain't going away anytime soon. Doesn't have like that awful pain will come and go every so often now. It was consistent, but it's not as bad anymore. No, I normally do it dry unless the oil wash on there is like dry, like it's drying and you're not getting it off right, then I put some on there. But most of the time I do it, I wipe with the sponge with nothing on it. Is there Kershaw Productions? What's up? How's it going? 3 a.m. All right. So I'm getting tired and wish you a nice rest of your day. Absolutely. You have a good one as well. I appreciate you coming and hanging, man. Thank you. Thank you. You have a good evening. Oh, okay. Yeah, digging into that Trench Crusades. They got some cool looking models. I like their models. They look neat. I just never pulled the trigger on getting them because I look at my massive amount of crap I have to deal with, and I'm like, I don't need any more. It'll have to wait for another day. I'll have to wait until I can clear out some inventory here. I got too much going on right now. Once the inventory's a little lower, I could start thinking about investing into another game system, but I don't want to invest in any game systems that I'm not planning on playing, so that's the other thing. And I gotta look around in my community here and see if anybody actually plays it. That's the other thing too. Like, I know it's like extremely popular, but I gotta see if it's popular enough where I'm located at that like anybody actually plays it. Otherwise, I am not gonna invest into games that no one here is playing. Like, I know that people play Age of Sigmar. I know people play 40K here. I even know people that play like Legion Imperialis, like the little tiny dudes, like the little tiny, like the tiny things. Like, I guess there's like a big community here of that. So I may invest in that, but still, again, I got to get rid of some inventory before I do so. Maybe if I can get rid of all the Necrons, the Custodes, the Admechs, that gives me a pretty good chunk of stuff right there. That'd be pretty nice. Maybe all the rest of the orcs. Oh my gosh. They're starting to come in on the Combat Patrol magazines, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go. I got some more orcs. Unwanting orcs in the Combat Patrol magazine. I don't mind all the other stuff coming in the Combat Patrol magazine, but the orcs are coming. I was like, oh boy, look at all these orcs. Massive amount of orcs. Is that with my stomach? I got a hernia. I got a hernia fixed. So I went into surgery and got my hernia fixed on the 9th of this month. And so they say like 6 months of not doing, or 6 weeks of not doing anything. So I got the belly button. I got my surgery done on the 9th. Then I had like a whole week off just to recover. And then the second week was, like every week is getting better. So now this is Tuesday, so this is my 3rd week. And it's better, but I have like these weird, strange like incision pains that go all the way up. And then they put an incision like right where I sit. Like right on your stomach, but right when you sit upright, if you feel right under where like your stomach folds into your hip. They put an incision right there, and that thing has been just driving me nuts. Like, it's been driving me insane getting this one. Like, this one here, that's why you always see me, like, off to the side, like, stretching this out, because if I sit upright, it folds right on top of that. Well, it folds right where the incision is. So, I'm like, if they made that incision, like, a ½ an inch higher, I wouldn't have such a huge problem. It's just, like, right on that son of a gun. So, I got, like, 4 holes on the side here just to fix my belly button. They had to put 4 holes in it, but the 3 holes are not that bad. It's that 4th hole that kind of bugs me a little bit, and it's just a lot of like pressure on it. And then sometimes if I sit for like too long of a period of time and then stand up, it just feels like everything's just like cramping in that area. Like it's just like, it's kind of rough in that spot. So, but it's getting better like every week. Like the first 4 days were like the worst. And then I was getting better and I was doing some streams like a couple hours here and there. And then now I can do a full set of stream, but it's just, it is a little bit, it's just kind of strange that these like incisions haven't completely healed yet. And it's like 3 weeks yet. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? Kershaw Productions, yeah, you should get they'll be up in your alley. Probably. Like I just gotta look first, cause I made the mistake. Like I did like the Mantic games, like the Armada. Like there was some Armada players in my community, and then it like got real big, and then it just disappeared. And then I have like all these Armada boats, and I'm like, well, I guess I could play with like the family and stuff. I guess that'll be fine. And then there's like this, but they stopped playing the Armada, and then like Kings of War is still like really big here. They're just not really big on the whole boats, like doing the boat thing. So that thing died off. So I gotta really keep an eye on it. Hopefully that Trench Crusades picks up a bit, so I can like be like, there's like a group community, because like Kings of War is like huge here. Like, you know, I got like Age of Sigmar, Warhammer, like 40K, Age of Sigmar, and then Horus Heresy's like real big. All the way down to Legion Imperialis with the small dudes. They're really big here as well. And then like Mantic Games with the Armada set was like real big, and then it just completely died. And now like Kings of War is still big, like it was when Kings of War has been out for like years. And it's still like a big community of Kings of War people, but not as much with the Armada. And then I have a really big Conquest community here that play Conquest real consistently here too. So I might do a Conquest because I like to get the Nords. Nords are the 100 Kingdoms. Like I like those two. Those are like my favorites out of the bunch. Even the new one that they got looks pretty cool too, with all the bugs and stuff. But Trench Crusade, I haven't seen anybody play Trench Crusades yet here. So I have to go and do a little fishing around, see if there's a community around here that's doing Trench Crusades. If there is a good community here and stuff, and they're like really into Trench Crusades, I'll get a Trench Crusade. Because the miniatures are awesome looking. Like, I really like the miniatures. They're really cool. The Steam Machine. If not, everyone plays it and you can build on your audience with it, though. That's true, too. Yeah, I mean, I could probably get a Trench Crusade. There's a couple of them that look really cool. I like that one that was holding, like, that big nuclear bomb in her hand. I thought that thing was, like, really... I don't know if she was holding it like this or like this. I think she was holding it like this or whatever and had, like, this big old nuclear bomb in her hand. It was pretty neat. Yeah, and then there's a small batch of Marvel Crisis that go around. My thing is that I don't know. It feels like I missed the window for Marvel Crisis Protocol. Like I feel like I missed it. Like I feel like I missed that window. I have like a Hydra. I have a Hydra tank, Hydra vehicle. I think it's a Hydra tank. I have like a Hydra tank that we can paint up. Like, that'd be kind of cool too. But I feel like I missed Marvel Crisis Protocol. And then it looked like it was like big. And again, the same thing here in this community here where I live. It seemed like it got big like Manic Games. And then it kind of just dissipated with only just like a couple people playing Marvel Crisis Protocol now. Stomach surgery is the worst. Yeah, this one, it wasn't pleasant. But then also, this is my very first surgery I've ever had. Like, I've never been really under the knife for anything. I never broken anything or had to have anything like taken out of me. I had my tonsils taken out when I was 6 years old, but that doesn't really count. And then here I am like 40, getting my belly button fixed. And then I was sitting there, I was like, what in the hell did I do to myself? Like when I woke up, when they woke me up, I was just like, what the hell did I do to myself? Like, what did I do? Like, why did I do this? And then now, like, 4 days go by, and then I was like, oh, I was feeling better. And then now we're about 3 weeks in, and I'm like, okay, this is a slow recovery. Like, I'm like, why in the hell is it taking so long? But it is a slow recovery, I guess. And I gotta watch myself, make sure I don't pick up anything heavy, so I have to have my son pick up all the stuff, everything off the ground. No, don't squat down, start picking up things. Start doing stuff so I don't damage it or possibly pop another hole somewhere else that I don't need a hole popped or whatever. So it's just been kind of one of those things, you know. They cut you 5 times. Diverticulitis? What is this? Colitis? Diverticulitis? Colitis? I don't even know what that is. I remember you. What is that? Huh, this is interesting. I never heard of this. Interesting, okay. Okay. Okay, I see. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I never heard of that ever. It's like my son when he was born. When he was born, he had something that they called. It was a mutation because normally it would be a genetic thing if it actually ran in the family, but they said it was like a mutation of Hirschsprung's. They call it a disease, but I guess on the bottom end of the ending part of his colon when he was a baby, the gangling nerves there just wasn't complete on the end there. So my son, when he was first born, he had to go right into surgery, and they had to take like 8 inches of his colon and then reattach them all up and stuff. It was a rough, and that's like months of like recovery. That was a very dark time, and me and the wife's little history there having Armand. But yeah, it was kind of a rough like 3 months, 6 months. I would say 6 months because he had to go like two months. I think he had to go like I think he went with a month. Yeah, so I want to say it's probably about 4 months in total, 4 or 5 months. Because he had to go like a month to 2 months on a stoma bag. Yeah, so I'm like, and that thing was unreal. I think it was 3 months, I want to say. No, it was 2 months of him being like on a stoma bag. So he had a stoma bag, so they had to cut and then cut the section and get rid of the bad. And then they had to make sure that the part of the colon worked. And so he was hooked up to a stoma bag. And then afterwards they reattached him, and then so now that's like brand new to him, is utilizing how we naturally go to the bathroom. And then that was rough for like months, and then we dealt with the aftermath of it for years because that just gives you like chronic constipation. So then it was diet and all these things we have to do for Armand, even up to now. I mean, he's 14 years old. Next week, he'll be 14 years old. Most of the time, he can do everything just normal. Like, everything's normal, but sometimes you have to do, like, these real high doses of fiber or stool softeners. Sorry, guys. It's a little emotional. It was a tough time. It was. Now, granted, mine's probably not as severe as some people that had newborns and surgeries and stuff like that, but I can tell you it was rough, especially being relatively newlyweds 14 years ago, and then having our son, and then that happening, and then also following with, you know, the wife and her mental breakdown because after having our son, and then she collapsed. She had it rough. She had it really rough. And then that was years of recovery from her end. So yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Try to find something a little bit more uptake here. But yeah, it was pretty dark time there. And then on top of it, I had a job where I was working 12 to 14 hours a day. I wasn't home, and Sarah wasn't well. So Mrs. Wicked wasn't well, and the baby was just recovering, and I'm out and about for 14 hours a day, constantly working. It seemed like they were just like, it seemed like the company itself was like purposely doing this, and I was just having like long days. It was terrible. If I could redo that, I would redo that all over again. Like, first thing I would do But I told that company to freaking shove it and literally just walk away from it. That's what I should have done. And just picked up a job anywhere else. But 14 hours a day was absolutely ridiculous. And then, but yeah, it was just months of just being hammered and not being at home. And then I was just gone doing on the road stuff, just driving and delivering and doing that kind of stuff for so long. It was so long of doing that. It was terrible. And if I could do that all over again, like the first thing I would have done was just walk away from that job. I should have just did that. But I was so worried about it because Armand had the surgeries. And the medical wasn't really that terrible after everything. I mean, he was like a $250,000 baby after everything was done. And the insurance covered like majority of all of that. So I was just working to pay all those, you know. Oh, okay, so Dragoon, you got a son that has some things that restart his guts. School is one of these ones with no boys girl washrooms. Oh, Jesus. Stalls for urinals and toilets, but all their goals made the rule toilets. Only and if a boy uses a toilet, their teeth affected pals from not being able to. Yep. My son's like that too. My son just refuses to use restrooms, like public restrooms and stuff. Like he'll hold it all the way until he gets home, and then sometimes that causes issues and blockage. Yeah. I feel you there. Yeah. It was years of that shit. Like years of it. Survival is an act of strength. I appreciate that, Nemo. It is for sure. That thing was rough. Oh, no worries. No worries, serious. It is. Mama Lion, yeah, it is horrible. It is so bad. Like I know my son was having issues with that too. And having issues with that at the school's restrooms and stuff like that. That he would just do that and then it caused impacts, it causes problems when he gets home. Yeah, we did that through all elementary school. It was terrible. One Force coming in with that sub, I appreciate that, man. 13 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yep. Yeah, my son did that for years at the schools. Any place that you're comfortable, I get you. I don't have that. Like I always have the opposite. I'm just like, wherever I go, hopefully there's restrooms because I am the exact opposite. I can go anywhere. Bushes, trees, I could care less. But yeah, my son has like that thing. It was like traveler's bowels. Yeah. Only where he's comfortable at is where he's okay. I could care less on my end. I don't have the choice. There's no way I can hold it. That's the problem with mine. It's either you gotta go or you're gonna crap your pants. And my worst part is my anxiety is so bad. And I think it's been bad since we've actually had Armand. Like my whole thing wasn't bad until I think after marriage and having our son. And then all of a sudden my anxiety and I think my anxiety was bad because of the fact that I had such long days at work. Like those 14-hour days at work, I think that's what killed me inside for years, is just that horrible anxiety. And so I think that's like, because I was just like, I'm hoping that my son and the wife were all okay, and they were not. Like neither one of them were, and it was just a freaking nightmare. And that lasted to get Mrs. Wicked back up on her feet again. That was what, 5 to 8 years to get her back on her feet again. Armand, he kind of cycled back out about right around 6th grade, so that's only about 3 years ago was when he started being like relatively okay. And then afterwards, I'm just like, I'm a mess. Like I'm having such a problem like leaving the house. My anxiety is like through the roof. It was so bad. It's so bad. And I'm trying to do things to make myself a little bit better. But those are a different story, and we'll see how that goes as the years go on. It's bad. I was gonna be so unhappy, trust me, and it's so bad. And I gotta say, like, I don't remember the schools, like, school was bad when I was going to school, like, it was bad, but I never seen it, like, as bad as it is now. Like, the school systems, like, just literally suck. Like, they just do. And you might have like a great school and stuff, and that's like awesome, but like the majority of schools they just suck so bad. The teachers, the counselors, anything, like when I was telling like the schools about Armand and like him trying to figure out if he has to go to the bathroom or not, and I just thought, I'm like, just let him go. Even if he asks you like 5 times or 10 times or whatever it is, just let him go, because he's trying to figure it out. And I can't tell you like the embarrassment at the schools of him like accidentally messing himself because the teacher thinks that he was just skipping out, even though that I specifically spoke to every one of the teachers saying that, he needs, time to, figure this out, because we don't really know exactly how the long-term effect is of this. It was hideous. The whole thing was hideous. I mean, you're talking about, I was at that school like non-stop at that school, at the schools, like, because now he's in middle school, and I still like specifically get on the case, and I have to speak to all the teachers even to this day about if sometimes his stomach's just upset, he has to keep going constantly or not go, whatever the case is, he needs to be able to have access to go to the bathroom and stuff like that. It is horrendous. It is unbelievable. Like they're not very sympathetic. The other thing is that they think like I am full of it, and then I have to bring like all the medical records from like the hospital and stuff. I'm like, here, read it. And obviously they teach class, but obviously they can't read either, or they can't comprehend what they're reading. So I explain to them what the problem is, and I send out mass emails to all the teachers and everything else, and it's just such a nightmare. It's just like, what the hell is wrong with you guys? It is the worst. Yeah, you just never know, and you just don't want to go to that accident, and then but the worst part is when the accident does happen, and then they tell me, and then there's a lot of backpedaling and everything else, and I'm just like, well, what's wrong with you guys? Like, would you please stop this? It's so bad. I don't know. It's just, and it may be just the schools that my kid's going to now. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, because this is his last year at middle school, so he'll be going into high school. So we'll see how that goes. I can tell you, the elementary school one, it was horrendous. I was in there all the time. It was so bad. It was so embarrassing for him, and I get it, and I understand. And so then that's when he had this deal of just like, I'm just not going to use the public restrooms. And then that caused a whole bunch of internal problems for him. Just because it was just such a nightmare to just deal with the schools and have them using restrooms. It was just unbelievable. Like all of it was. It was shocking, Mama Lion. Like you would be shocked. It's like almost jaw-dropping shock. Like, I'm like, didn't I just talk to you guys? And then they act like I never spoke to them. They act like they never heard of this. It was just like, really? It was so bad. It's so bad. But we're over it now. We're over the slump, and it seems like things are better. But yeah, that was, like I said, it was a dark time in that moment where you're just like, my word. My word. It's just rough, and there's some teachers that really care, and then I appreciate the ones that really do. Now I'm not saying that all the teachers were like that. Like I had a handful, like I can count on my my digits right here. Right, within the 10 teachers of all his years he's going to school, like I got like 10 on my hands that were just phenomenal teachers. Like they were excellent. But just like everybody else was just, it was just like unrelenting. I was sitting there, I was like, man, didn't I not tell you this? And like, I get it. Got a lot of kids and whatnot. Well, in middle school is a little different. They got like a lot of kids. They got like 200 kids or whatever. But in elementary school, I'm like, you only got like, 30, 50 kids or whatever. You don't got a couple hundred kids. It's hard to keep track of one out of a couple hundred, I get. But ones that you see every day at school and elementary school, I didn't think that it would have been that big of an issue. And that one was like the big issue. And it was only a handful of the teachers. And it depends on what grade we were getting into, and they were getting better. But I had to say, though, it tempted my patience, I can tell you that much. Like, how much can you poke my patience, I tell you. But those times are behind us now. He's doing a lot better than he was. And he kind of knows, But that's a rough time. And I'm like, Dragoon, and I don't know if your kid's still in elementary school or not, but it does get a slight bit better. It does. Baby bedtime, absolutely. I miss babies though. They were my favorites. Babies are my favorites. Grade 7, okay, he's in middle school, okay. So yeah, he's a couple years younger than my son. My son is, well, no, he's just a year younger than my son. Yeah, my son's in 8th grade. Oh, of course. 3 is still a baby. Actually, don't matter. A girl gonna be like 18, still a baby. My son still, I still call him little man, even though he's turning into, he's turning into a man, He's still my little man. Boy, I was even talking to the wife too, because now everything's kind of settling. I'm like, hey, you want to throw a wrench in things and try to have another kid? I miss babies. But gotta make sure that little 3-year-old gets a little nap. It's nap time, bedtime. Yeah, it should be bedtime now, but. Works. Hey, 'cause I was telling the wife, I'm like, shoot, you know, the kid's gonna be like out of the house before we know it. I'm like, Granny might stick around for a bit, but I'm like, you know, the babies, you know, they eventually fly the nest. And I'm like, and then what the heck am I gonna do for all these years, you know? I'm like, oh no. Like, it's weird when you're not gonna have anybody to take care of anymore. And I'm like, well, you know, I start all over and have another one. And maybe I might be able to get blessed with a little girl, but I don't think so. I feel like in my line is gonna be nothing but boys. So. What's up, Ghost Ox? How you doing? Alright. We're getting there. Get these parts here, and then I'll get the majority of it with all the red brick or whatever we got to do. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. I'm hoping that we can finish up these dudes, which is mostly just base work. Like, I don't really got like a whole lot going on here. I'm still trying to figure out like the color of these for the hands and the face. So I've been kind of like thinking about that, but I'm like, the majority of the stuff is technically all base and not really a whole lot going on with the actual miniature itself. Like, these are like super decorated bases, which is cool. It just takes a little bit more extra effort because you're trying to get these miniatures done, especially these ones, which unfortunately won't be playable here soon, but it's okay. I'm gonna just like add them to the Morngul. Did I do this one? What the heck is going on here? I didn't do that one. So this is the last one. Okay. Take a lot does it make these things look a little concrete-ish, which is almost like almost painting them the same as the prime that's on them. But there is details. It's in the details, I tell you. It's in the details. Then we still got a little bit of Nighthaunts, but I think this is well, I can't say this is it for Nighthaunts, but we're going to be taking a break from these because we'll have to be working on the January model, which I got the model all built. So the January model is going to be a Stormcast Eternal. So this is what she looks like. And I don't have her on her base, because we're probably going to have to clip this off or whatever we're going to do. And then I got another backdrop, so we're going to do another backdrop with her. I have a vague idea about what I want to do, because we're going to be sitting here attaching a bunch of like lightning and stuff to her. I just recently bought them because I was figuring, I'm like, okay, how am I going to make like sturdy enough wires without being too stiff or not stiff enough. So we're actually going to be using copper wires, and we're going to be painting over the copper wire, but this should work pretty good. I think I got it as a 20 gauge because I felt like if I went any smaller than that, I feel like it wouldn't have the sturdiness to it. Okay, so we have this, and then the copper wire should be, see the copper wire right here? So it's stiff enough where I can make the bend, well, it's like flexible where I can make the bend so we can make the lightning going, whatever we're gonna do, right? But it's stiff enough where I don't have to worry about it like just constantly bending. So I figured that the 20 gauge is probably the best for that. I didn't want to go like 22 or 24. I felt like that was just a little too thin. So we'll actually be like shooting like a bunch of lightning. We'll have another backdrop. I'm thinking about actually doing some like wooden pegs on the top of the backdrop. So here's a backdrop, but it's not the proper size. This is way smaller of a size. I was testing out sizes when I was printing them out when we were doing the Red Gobo. But technically I want her to actually come off the back here instead of being on the base. She'll be coming off the back. So I'm thinking about like making it like cliffage, like actually like molding like a cliff or whatever coming off of here on the bottom. And then we'll put two pegs here on the top coming out, and then we'll use my my wool stuff to make it look like clouds. And then we'll have the cliff over here, and then we can have a little bit of a backdrop scenario in the back here, and then the cliff actually sticking out of the backdrop, and then her being attached to the backdrop like this, and then having like the lightning and stuff coming from the clouds kind of like attaching to her, and then that to the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like lightning strikes. And then like lightning coming from her as well. I think that'd be kind of cool. So something of like that relative sorts. We'll work on that when we get there. And then we're gonna get into, you know, more technical paint jobs of doing all the non-metallic metal golds and stuff like that, so I can kind of work myself up a little bit for competition pieces to see how that I see it in my mind, and I was kind of sketching some things up. So like I said, I'm like, before we were just kind of like coming up with the idea like on the fly, and I'm trying to make things work like we did with the assassin. And I need to spend a little bit more time like sketching out like how I want to plan them a little bit better. So that one there, I actually did a little bit more sketch plans on how that's gonna kind of work on her. And then we'll see how it comes out in the long run, and seeing if that's the continuing plan to do that. If that makes sense. So that was the thing that I was kind of hoping for. So I think that would be kind of cool, just a bunch of lightning, and she's coming out with the big spear, and the spear's really glowy with like lightning coming off of it, but like small spurts of lightning coming off of there. And then the clouds above, I really don't want the clouds above to actually like hit lightning from her. I just want to see like lightning strikes coming from the clouds, and then like her having the electricity like build up into her spear or whatever. And then her coming down with it. Like, I think that'd be kind of cool. And we'll see how that executes down the road here. All right, guys. So, reds. We want to do a relatively dark red, and then we're going to go into these Alderan red. We're using some scale 75 stuff so I can kind of use this. Beherit red. And that'll make somewhat of our... Do I have any other scale 75? I know I got some more reds here. See, that's like a blood red. That's Haster purple. That's not going to work anything. Still relatively need these colors to make whatever the heck I was doing. Blood red and ball red, those were all the ones that I did for the Behemoth High Fleet. And that's empty. There, we'll use the black red from Amp Colors because I'm not too fond of this color actually. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so I'm going to start that in January. So when the next stream on Sunday or Friday, yeah, Friday's starting January. So Friday we'll start working on that model. I'm like, we may start actually working on the base first. It's in the whatever I'm thinking of. It's under the UV lights curing right at the moment. And I was able to print out another one too. Which that one's soaking to oh, that's no good. That's no good. What the heck am I gonna do now? That was all medium and nothing else. No agitators in these scale 75 bottles, and I don't use them very often. I'll just sit here and get things going there. And hopefully by like 2027, when I'm about ready to go to conventions again, I'm hoping that maybe my son will eventually sit down with me and enjoy me when we go to Adepticon. Then maybe I can get a model placed in there and the Golden Demon with him. That'd be freaking awesome. Have him do a paint along or something. And try to get him to do it. Would be freaking, that'd be pretty cool. Now if I can get him to do it, that's a whole nother thing. Oh, of course I stick my freaking arm right in it. Gave my elbow a little bit of blush. All right. Oh, there's a spot that I missed on this. Some of the night gloom, night haunt gloom or whatever. It's actually been not bad stuff from a technical. White Mr. Weather Auburn? Yeah, I have it. So much dry brush, but drying makes my work like 10 times worse. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Dry brush should make things a little bit better. But yeah, I got, I think I got white. It could be multi-gray that I actually have. I got grayish brown, brown. What color is that? That's stained brown. Where are they? They're somewhere here. Yeah, I got multi-white right here. I think I've only used it once. For the process of using it? Dude. Anything that I can use this on? Let me look. I should have something. I know I have something. You know what I'm saying? You stinking thing. Let me see. Because using a multi-white, I would have to look at for something that wants to have looking for something here. Looking for something that I can put multi-white on. What else do I got in here? probably eventually maybe give away all these freaking lethal shadow models that I've painted up. Taking up space, and I don't know what I could do with them. Let's see. I don't know. I'm gonna find out right now. I'm gonna take the old Kane model that I freaking painted years ago, but I feel like this can have a multi-white and that'll look pretty good. I need to make sure I put it on something that's like relatively decent. Lay a layer and it makes a line of solid white sometimes. Oh, like you didn't take enough off the brush. Then it's making it a little too heavy on the lines. What am I gonna use? I'll try to use this for a solvent. Oh, that's kind of dark. Ooh, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I guess I'll try to dip it straight into the solvent bottle here. Okay. And I'll dip into this white. Dip a touch right into that solvent. But this is all you're gonna just go into the recesses though. Okay. Doesn't take a whole lot. I mean, I literally just covered the whole thing here. Okay. It even hit all the way in the underneath parts here. Yeah, white Mr. Hobby. I'd figured like it would work really good if you're planning on like making an area super bright for glow, like glow effects. Like using Mr. Hobby, like Mr. White, because you could paint right over top of it after it dries. A lot of people say don't, but I've had no problems painting over top of Mr. Hobby weathering coloring. So say that you wanted to go with like bright glow effects and you're like doing like ruins or like the plasmas or whatever where it has those groovement marks and then you're putting them in here and then it goes into the engroovements on everything. Then when it dries, it's super bright. And then it also gives you a little bit of resistance to your, your water-based paints. So when you're making a glow effect, it'll cover over top of it, but it won't like coffee stain it, if that makes any sense. So then you'll always have like that really bright white, even though that you'll have like a hue of blue or pink or whatever over top of it. Yeah, if anybody actually watches like the Instagram of, what's that guy's name? It's like Eliminatrix or whatever he is on Instagram, and he makes all those like really brilliant bright glow effects and stuff. He uses an actual oil wash to fill in those spots that he makes glow effects. And so when he's actually airbrushing and spraying it and stuff, it still has that really bright white that's in it. And I think it's just because of that oil wash that he uses. So I think maybe I need to start utilizing Mr. Hobby's white weathering, multi-white, and start using that in my glow effects. And I think that would probably turn out really nice actually afterwards, because then when you're painting a water-based paint over top of it, watered down and stuff, should probably separate it a little bit on the oil wash. Coffee stains was my problem. I had to redo. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of coffee stains. That's why I laid off a lot of the Army Painter wash, because like this is like on top of this thing, this is an Army Painter wash. Like that's a wash. So I did that for a reason, because I'm trying to stain it up like it's dirty, like a dirty cloth. Then it'll eventually turn into something like that, because we're gonna go back over top of it and like dry brush over top. But that is an actual like Army Painter acrylic wash over top of that. It's really shiny, has like a gloss to it, like a semi-gloss, a satin, I guess maybe you would say, over top of those. And then we're gonna do a little paint over top, and then okay, so now I waited a little bit, and then you're gonna take a makeup sponge, right? And then all I'm gonna do is just kind of wipe over top of this and keep all the white in the engroovements. But that's all I do. So that's interesting, because it did fill in a whole bunch of white in these areas here. Even though that this model's about ready to fall apart, but it's not that bad. So you would use the whites for it to go in there. And I'm almost thinking about using white as an addition to my glow effects. That might be all right to actually use that. See, like to me, like this amp color, this black gray, this black red is more like honestly, it just looks more like a dark burgundy. Where's my dark burgundy at? That's burgundy. Where's my dark burgundy? Like this is burgundy, but there's like a dark burgundy somewhere. I don't know where the heck I did with it. Is that it? It's mahogany. I swore I had a dark burgundy somewhere. I know I had like a regular burgundy and I had a dark burgundy, I wanted to say. That's dark burgundy. Okay, maybe not. Maybe look, actually dark burgundy is even darker than the, but this thing almost has relatively close color to this burgundy color. And the burgundy colors have a little bit too much like a pink, magenta based. I was opening it for being like a real black and a real red, like mixed together, giving you like a real dark, you know, red black like I was looking for. But it gives you like a lot more of a, more on the pink side than on the red side. About the one thing about the Pro Acryls, like they do got a great bold pyro red, and the burnt red's excellent, and even the red oxide is a great color too. And then if this was a matte color, the dark crimson, if this was a matte color instead of a gloss, that would have been a fantastic color to have. But mostly all the other stuff that they have is very magenta based. Like it's super, it has a lot more pink than it does red. Okay. Well, that's fun. I'm gonna play a little bit of Pokemon. I haven't played Pokemon in decades. But I'm excited because we don't got a whole lot more to paint on the Nighthaunts. I'm thinking about maybe 20 miniatures left of Nighthaunts that we got to paint up. I know I got a solid, well, 20 for sure, because I got 10 of the dudes with crossbows and 10 of the dudes of the swords. So I do have those. So we got about maybe 25 miniatures because I can't use the Briar Queen. She's no longer available to play anymore. But I'm thinking about making her into like a diorama base. So I think that maybe, because they're built so nicely, I'm thinking that we might be able to make hers really nice. The bolts on the back of the battle wagon destroyed your brush. Oh, that shouldn't be red. Just these. Stinking bases are so extensive. Still feel like this is a bit much. Like they did, that's probably why they canceled making them. They're just like, yeah, we can't keep putting them on bases like this. Like, I think that these are the most extravagant bases that GW has ever made for miniatures. And it's weird that they did it for just Nighthaunts. Like, I don't recall any other, like, armies having, like, these super decorative bases for the miniatures. And maybe they did it for the Nighthaunts because there's not much to the Nighthaunts, so they spent all the time making all these crazy looking bases. Oh, destroyed the sponge. Okay, I got you now. I'm like, oh, destroyed the sponge. Yeah, I can imagine. They got some big old freaking bolts on those things. Those bolt nuts on those orc pieces. Yeah. I'm like, I thought you said, for some reason I was reading like brush. I was like, dang, dude, that thing destroyed a brush. But I'm like, I could see it destroying brushes too. All right, now we're gonna start working on getting the brick red build up here. You know the worst part about everything is that friggin' 2026 we're gonna have a new edition of 40K, guys. Oh, that's crazy. Like, time is flying by way too fast. Way too fast. I'm like, already 3 years have gone by already. Already dealing with a new edition. Now, I guess the tourney people are like, yeah, can't wait for the new edition. But I'm just like, dude, I can't believe 3 years already went by. No, give me a link. Confirmed links? Confirmed leaks? Oh, no, I have not. You gotta send me that. Confirmed leaks, huh? Eldar gonna come out the gates just freaking racking tourneys, freaking time and time. No, figures I see that you're getting your Eldar up and going. Because Eldar are going to be a boss and taking over all. There's going to be the overrun of freaking Xeno scum for months on end. Eldar and orcs are just going to freaking... Well, normally on a first edition, like when a new edition comes out, normally the two-player guys... The Space Bros and whoever they're playing with are like good for like 2 months, and then somehow they get nerfed. They get nerfed the worst. Whoever starts the edition gets nerfed the worst. And then they don't seem like they recover very well after the nerf. Because they come out like super strong, but then they nerf them back because of the previous edition. Makes them not as powerful. So the orcs and Space Bros will have their moment to shine for the first couple, like 2 or 3 months, and then die. But I'm thinking that the Eldar are probably gonna just start wrecking house. Red Corsairs. Red Corsairs wouldn't be that wouldn't be Eldar. That'll be Chaos Space Marines. Ah, they're gonna redo the Viper. I figured that they'll have to redo that Viper. That Viper's an old model. I have one Viper and it's ancient old, but it doesn't matter because the new ones are ancient old. Like, I figured that they would have to do something about these vehicles. They're getting old. Hopefully you live until Gilliman. Live until Gilliman and friggin' Lionel Johnson meet. Yeah, because they're on two opposite ends of the universe. They're galaxies away. Galaxies away. With that crazy drift in the split in the warp or whatever. And Maelstrom is confirmed. Okay. Ridiculous bases. So much stuff they put all over it. The model picks, okay. Yeah, please do. Dante has double anxiety right now, probably. What's up, Chaotic? How you doing? Dante has double anxiety, like, oh my gosh. It's just funny in the 40K world where, like, gameplay and stuff, like, the things that you want to do is play with Primarchs. You know, it's like, you want to play Mortarion and Fulgrim and Angron and Magnus, and then when you build your army list for playing, like, at least a decent game, you have to, like, cut out your Primarchs. Which sucks so bad. Like, you can put them in, but they're not as good. Like, they always keep nerfing the crap out of them. It's kind of annoying. And I'm like, we want to play with our Primarchs and stop freaking nerfing them so bad that we can't play with them. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. Things are good. Things are good. I'm gonna do a little dark umber. Just trying to get these stinking bases done. Once we get these things done, we only got like a little bit we got to do on the. I'm gonna do a little bit of warm brown as well. Then we might have to add a little bit of this color. So we're gonna do some light earth because I don't really have like a light brown color from Procryl. Magnetizing Death Company last night. You're a magnetizing Death Company? What are you doing with Death Company? I thought you were all working with freaking Eldar. And then almost $200 each at that. What the heck are you talking about, Antifreeze? Did I miss something that you posted before? I don't know what you're talking about. Did the AK streaking grind ruin the brush too? Possibly. Ah, you're gonna be taking the Blood Angels to it? Blood Angel's gonna be rocking the GT this time? And Antifreeze, what is $200 a piece? What's going on? Do one 4 hours from here in March. It's a 6-rounder and a 4-hour drive. After the 6th round on Sunday would suck, and that time of year, good chance of blizzards, yeah. Cowtown. Oh my goodness. Can never get over the Canadian names of towns. They're hilarious. Cracks me up. Damn cow townies. Stupid cow townies. What do you guys do? You guys have a bunch of like weird friggin' town names. Like literally named after like animals. You're like, oh, we got Beaver Town, Cow Town. Like it doesn't surprise me. That's the thing. Like it's hilarious. It cracks me up. I'm like, it just cracks me up to have towns like that. Moose Jaw. Yeah, like they're absolutely hilarious. It cracks me up every time. Yeah, like you were born in Moose Jaw? You were born in Moose Jaw? It's just hilarious that the names are hilarious. Like the names are just awesome. They're just like, I'm like, never thought like towns actually being named like that. What's this town called? Moose Jaw. Okay. It's like Beavertown. Okay, Beavertown. But I guess probably making them into those names, actually honestly thinking about it, like back in the day, you probably named the towns of the places where you would trade animal furs. So I wouldn't be surprised you actually have like an actual animal town for like all the animals, like deer, moose, like elk, you know, beaver. I don't know if a mink is a thing that you probably have a mink town or something like that, but it seemed like that would be like all trade towns of like trade for like, hey, I got a bunch of beavers, where do I take them? To Beaver Town, you know, like that would make sense, right? Or it's just a town that had just a ton of beavers everywhere, and they're like, well, there's beavers everywhere, we're just gonna call it Beaver Town, but I doubt it's something of that sort. Well, it could be that way, I don't know. Head smashing buffalo jump is kind of cool. And buffalo jump. What do you say? You're in the Big Beaver climax area? That is pretty funny. It's kind of cool. I don't even know. You got an elbow and an eyebrow here as well? Oh my goodness. $10 folks ask you where you came from, fellow Moose Jaw. No drink. Drink it, refuse, collaborate, leave. Dude, so that's the whole name of the town. That town's called Head Smashing Buffalo Jump. They're like awesome, like absolutely awesome. I freaking love them. Like the Canadian towns are like they're the funnest of the names of towns. Like the worst part about all our towns is that almost every state has the same city or town name in all our states. Like, I don't follow like Or is just getting lost in the bush near Big Beaver? Oh my God. They're ridiculous. Like the whole name, Head Smashing Buffalo Jump. It's crazy. That's absolutely, it's nutty. That is relatively nutty there. Anyways, I was reading an article, and I don't follow football that much. I know enough about football and what's going on and how the season plays, but I don't pay attention to all the towns and cities that the football teams come from, the states and the cities they come from. So I was reading this article, and it was talking about Kansas City Chiefs, and they're like, hey, they're going to be making a move from where they're at to the Kansas. And I sat there and I was thinking to myself, well, wasn't Kansas City Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas? And then I had to look up and I'm like, oh no, there's a Kansas City in Missouri. and they're moving from Missouri, Kansas City to Kansas City, Kansas. I was like, oh my God, I'm like, get out of here. Like, that's the problem with our states and cities and towns, is that they all have the same freaking towns and cities. It's ridiculous. the skinwalkers. I don't know. One of these days, I'll have to just muster up to go to friggin' Canada and visit some things. My younger brother went to Canada, but he went into British Columbia area. Whatever that, like, main town in British Columbia that's like right past the border, I guess, just right there. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I'm thinking of it and I can't think of the name. But he said that he said he liked it there. It was really fun hanging out. I'll try to muster up one. Muster up a go. Yeah, like Springfield. Yeah, there's Springfield, Illinois, which is like the main Springfield, I believe. But then like all the states around have a Springfield also. Yeah, it'll throw you off so bad. British Columbia is your like California. Okay, I can see that. Is it Vancouver? I think that's what I'm thinking of, is Vancouver. Isn't that Vancouver in British Columbia? That's where my younger brother went. He said it was pretty cool there. I think it's Vancouver. Not terrible. Not terrible. Mountainy area, British Columbia. Yeah, I was gonna sit there and try to pull like one of those tags and guided hunts for a moose hunt in British Columbia. I think that would be a lot of fun. There's a customer that I service, and he does a lot of hunting trips all over the place, and I guess he'll be going 2026. He'll be doing another moose hunt because he did one moose hunt already up there. He's gonna do another moose hunt, and I was in there, I was like, I need him to give me all the information for that, because I'm like, that doesn't seem too bad for the price tag to go and dump a moose. Try to dump a moose down. So, I'll be down with that. He says that it's so funny because he's like, I just freaking load up everything and just drive right to it. I was like, okay. That might be kind of a fun trip too. We'll see here because I don't have any room, guys. Like, I have like 0 room. Like, I'm trying to do like canvas painting, and I have like 0 room to do any canvas painting. So we have to get the Christmas tree put away, and so I can have that space there to set up all my easel and all my canvases and stuff and start working on painting. So I still got those commissions, but I got like 3 weeks. And I'm like, I think I got more than enough time to do those. So I gotta start doing those canvas pieces here pretty soon and see how they turn out. And hopefully, because you never know, like something like that for being a commission for somebody that relatively knows, is partial owner to a gallery in like Southern California. So it could be like a means to like something new, which would be surprising, which would surprise me. But then if you start thinking about it, I guess it's technically like art is art, and I guess it depends on like who you know and how much people want that art, if that makes any sense. Because if you look at a lot of these other galleries, you're just like, really? But maybe, who knows? Maybe it'll be the start of something new. Be one of those like snob artists that sits there and just drinks all day and just throws paint on a canvas. And it's technically not throwing paint at a canvas. I'm throwing my emotions on that canvas. So maybe it'll lead to something that's freaking strange and unique. Also read like the article too about I guess one of those little fancy auction houses that like sell art and whatnot. And I guess that the original GW artwork from like the first edition books and stuff like that went into the auction house. And I guess I don't think I read far enough to see how much it actually sold for. I didn't know if it went into $1 million or it was just $500,000 or whatever it was from the artist who painted it. So it's gaining traction here, gaining some traction, you know. Actually now it's bugging me because I know it said it went into the auction house, but I don't think it actually. Was it, yeah, like $500,000? Oh, it was John Blanche's. That's what was in there. Yeah, it was John Blanche's. Harry the Hammer. Yeah, sold over $300,000. £300,000. Okay. Yeah, so it was this piece right here. Yeah, that was John Blanche's piece. That's pretty something else to have John Blanche sitting there scoring up freaking $300,000 off that piece. Which depends if John Blanche actually owned that piece at the time of his painting career. So that is sold for 300,000 pounds. That is British sterling pounds. crazy. So I'd say it's creating traction. But I do feel bad for those. Oh yeah, you got a screenshot for all the good stuff? All the good stuff. Oh, so they're adding all. That's all Japan getting all this great stuff here. Okay, so you just got to be halfway around the world to know. That's a predator. Looks like some cool chaos stuff we're gonna be getting. It's hard to tell because it almost looks like that's Emperor's Children stuff. Like, I don't recall anybody that was dressed in white. And then who they're fighting with. But maybe that's all stuff that goes from this dude from the Red Corsairs. And then these dudes here. Are you thinking those are all Eldars? Those are like all swooping hawks, obviously. But it's interesting what that dude is. Big old club in his hand. Oh, the Corpse Master. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Jetpacks, not swooping hawks? Okay, so jetpack freaking Eldar instead of swooping hawks. Maybe something new with the prism dude there. But those guys there. Interesting stuff. I like it. Oh, so they're thinking that that's going to be the new Land Raider? I don't know. It looks exactly the same as the old Land Raider. And then that right in the back there looks like old Predator. But maybe they'll give you an old Predator and an old Land Raider, or a new Predator and a new Land Raider. Oh, just disembarking with... Okay, Heron Blackheart. Okay, okay. Yeah, because they look interesting, but it almost makes me feel like they're going to be like... But that's like clearly like an elitist with like a big old axe there. They look like they're fighting Kroots. Okay. Like a Chaos Champion or a Champion. Seems like he makes a good Master of Executions. I don't know. I don't know why you would replace the Master of Executions. He was such a good looking model to begin with. Yeah, like I don't mind because I need to do Red Corsairs anyways. Corpse Master. Okay, I can see that. So it'll be like having an apothecary or like a engineer dude. Okay, so we're gonna give Prince Uriel a new Viper. Need a new Viper anyways. That thing's ancient old. Like I have a Viper, and even if I got a new Viper, it would look exactly like that, and that's like over 20 something years old. They have long barrel range weapons or power sword and pistol. Drakari Scourges. Oh, if they made new Drakari Scourges, I'd be down for that. If they made new Drakari Scourges, I'll be down for new Drakari Scourges. Because the old Drakari Scourges have like actual like flesh wings on them. So if they actually made them into like, okay, I can see that. Psyker model, cool. A wave serpent or just existing ones as best I could tell. I saw some debate about the infantry, possibly. But it looks like a really cool big ol' release though. That'd be cool. And doing the Maelstrom, I'll be down for that. They need to do something when it gets so close to this time of the year because we're gonna get into a new edition. Like, to me, there's no point for me to get anything new unless I'm actually doing, like, actually working back on 40K. See, like, I think I'll be working on these dudes, and then we'll probably be doing 30K dudes before I actually get back into 40K again. There's still interesting stuff though, I like it. Still think that GW does the leaks though, because those are some god-awful pictures. Like, why would you, like, if you're gonna, like, personally, like me, gonna be leaking something, like, why would I make it so crappy of a picture? It's like, literally, like, they were taking those pictures from, like, you know, one of those little wind-up little toy thing, you know, like the old school, like, wind-ups that we have, like, and like, and then, like, and then, and then you don't even know what you're gonna get when you turn it into the freaking film place where they produce, like, they make your film, and they're like, okay, here you go, and you have, like, a whole bunch of them that are, like, just crap pictures. And they're like, oh, we're going to use these bad pictures. Like, it seems like a lot of time and effort if you're going to leak something, like, to actually have, like, a good picture of the leak, you know? Almost still makes me feel like GW does it. Maybe one of these days when GW becomes a public stock, they'll be like, yeah, it was us all from the very beginning of us leaking this crap. To get everybody hyped up about what's happening, because maybe they're seeing a little spill in the dip and stuff, and they're just like, oh, we gotta do something, because it just doesn't make any sense. Like, thank you, Jorgier. Appreciate it. See, I'm almost thinking that it feels like those things would be small box sets that'll have like 2-player sets. Like, that'll be awesome. Yeah, but no one likes Eldar. I like them. I'm going to be doing a whole thing of Eldar, dude. It's going to be awesome. I'm just debating on how I want to paint them. I don't know if I want to paint them all Corsair colors, or I don't know if I want to do the yellow and blue. That'd be kind of cool. Because I don't know if I want to paint all my armies red now. I'm like, dude, that's, I mean, I do love red, like, more so than most. But, like, honestly, like, I do paint a lot of a dark camo green. Where's my greens? Where are my greens, man? Where's my greens? This is black green. I don't think I need black. Oh, you know what? We need to bust new bottles out of green. Because I almost used up all my greens. They're all in the other room because I was working on Necrons and I was making green glowy stuff. Glowy bits. Because I just finished the Immortals yesterday. They're right here. They're ready to get varnished. Put them in my box so I can get them over onto eBay. But got some cool looking Immortals. With the big old double heavy gals. So yeah, I got those, and I'm gonna be working on the death marks tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I should have like all of them all done. Still gotta finish this dude. I might have to sit down and just try to finish this dude, and then I might just add them to the Space Bros that are on eBay. Something of that sorts. But we're gonna have to bust out the paint here after I get all the little leaves. Nope. Actually, let's get into a smaller brush here. Yeah, we only have one Tau player. We only have one Tau player. And it ain't me. That torch goes to friggin' Space Nifty. Oh, and Dragoon, your son. So that works too. See, like, the worst part is, Dragoon, you should have never even said that you got Tau. Should have never even said it. You're like, hey, my friend got me. Got my son. 40K faction. What is it? To be announced. Yeah, you gotta start teaching the boy how to play Tau. Stay your distance, shoot him to the ground, all for the greater good. It's all for the greater good. It's not a bad army. Maybe we got it for them because they're easier to paint. It's not too discouraging. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. Like, if I got a friend, an army, the kid's kind of, up and down about, wanting to paint them or whatever, I would have done Tau also. A little easier, you can get them painted up, you can field them relatively easy. And who doesn't like robots? Like, that's another big thing too. Like, a lot of kids like the Gundam style robots. So, can't be too terribly bad. It's not bad. You know what? The worst part, what's gonna happen during this whole ridiculousness, is that you're gonna help your kid get all that Tau going, and then you're gonna play it just once, and then you're gonna get hooked for the greater good. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen to you. Yeah. Yeah, well, at least it's going to pique his interest and want to be in it, which that's great. As so long as that you didn't voice your opinion too heavily that makes your kid not want to play them. Did I have a nephew? And out of all of them, like, I even tried to talk him out of it. And he was just like, I like these dudes. And I'm like, all right, now make sure that you look through all the factions. That's what I did. I swear to God, that's what I did. So I have my son, and then he's like, I'm doing Space Bros. I was like, okay, I'll let that fly. I'm like, okay, you can be Space Bros. And then I had my nephew, which is actually it's my best friend's kid, right? And so we see each other enough. It's like family. So he's like my nephew. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, look at your faction. Which one do you like? I like these ones. I'm like, all right, look at all the factions again. And he's like, yeah, I looked at all of them. These are my favorite. He likes the Tau. I was like, okay. So I got him Tau. But I literally had him look through the factions like 3 times. Like 3 times. These ridiculous leaves. What the heck, GW? Spend so much time on all these. Spend all these time on these bases, on these really, I mean, honestly, they're really nice bases. Like, these are like the best GW bases I've ever came across, are these ones. And they're so nice. And then they're just like they're literally gonna legend these models. I'm just like, dude, these are the best bases you have ever made. I've never seen any bases as well detailed and ridiculousness as these things. Like, there's nothing in my arsenal that I have from GW that are like this cool of bases. Like, it's absurd. Like, this is technically not GW at all for doing stuff like this. Normally you get the little tiny little base like they normally do. Ferrari are so non-creative, they think to feel access from everywhere. Slop grammar. I got it. And then 2 books that you were reading and stuff. You met Dark Eldar Covenants. And it was like some rose. Yeah, like they're always in roses. Well, that's the one thing that we know we're going to have in the 41st millennia. Cockroaches, super soldiers, some weird elvish aliens, and roses. We're just going to have like monster freaking cockroaches. Yeah, it seems like in the 41st millennial, like roses are like a big thing in the 41st. Because you got to say, like, you know, Sisters of Battle, they got like Order of the Bloody Rose. And I want to say they have a white rose. Or something of that sorts. So like, yeah, they're gonna have like roses are a big thing. Maybe like roses are such a rarity that friggin' if you do see one, then it's like a blessing from the emperor himself or something. Like it's imbued with power and makes you into a saint. Like don't even start. Yeah, like the sword is, man, they're all about them roses. My goodness. Maybe it's not supposed. Oh, maybe. Something weird going on here. And these Nighthaunts are just full of roses. Lady Oleander has a ton of roses. All these things have roses everywhere. Oop. Drop your miniatures. Okay. Now, there's only a couple of them that we need some dark silver on, so let's go and hammer that while we got it somewhere around here. Black. Oh, I actually put them away. Smart me. Dark silver? Nowhere's Holly Nettle, Bloody Thistle. Don't need a whole lot, and then we're going to drop the brighter of the silver. Got dark silver and silver. We don't have a bright silver. Just this is pretty bright itself, anyways. The difference here. Now, there's not a whole lot that actually have metal to them. It's just some of these things have some grates and whatnot. Oh, and then I was reading like on the Warcom, there was the thing about starting sometime in January, you have to go into like your local Warhammer store. And then there's this thing about something about 1 million miniatures or something. And you have to sign up for about painting 1 million miniatures. And I guess there's like things that they'll give you if you paint like 100 miniatures. And I was like, oh, like I feel like I could probably do it. You got like, I think it's like February to March, I want to say, that you got to get like 100 miniatures painted. And I'm like, I think probably during that time, I think maybe I could probably hit 100 miniatures. Probably just show them like, hey, I'm gonna paint like all of these like, yeah, like paint 100 gaunts, you know, like something like that. That's what I was thinking. Because I already did 100 gaunts, so I'm gonna have to think of something else though, but Be like Soul Blight Bleep Blops, and like I definitely have over 100 skeletons. Be like, I could paint like 100 skeletons in like 3 months. I wish I knew about that because I would have painted the Necrons during that time. I already finished them, so I already painted over 100 Necrons in like less than 2 months. Because just like the Necron Warriors were like, the Necron Warriors with the Scarab Swarms, that was like 90 miniatures right there, just in those. And then I did the 15 Lynch Guard, so that put me over 100 right there. The only reason why it says it needs to be like over 100, they say like 25 would be okay as well. But I think like the only special thing that you get is like, you get like a brush case or something like that. There are a bunch of like silly little things that you get, but I'm like, well, if I'm already gonna be painting like a mass amount of miniatures, like why not get some free loot from GW? Yeah, exactly. I did the last batch of 50. Yeah, exactly. Like they just popped that up, and I'm like, you guys would pop that up right when I finished like over 100 Necrons already. I don't think I got 100 Necrons left. That's the thing. And then I got the Custodes, but they're not 100. But that's like, that's a little bit of an endeavor there to paint those, especially in the time slot they want. And then they talk about like adding like members to your cause. So if you get like 3 people, 3 new people, I don't know exactly how that's supposed to start, but I think they want you to buy like start collecting box. So you get like some friends or whatever, and they get a collecting box, and then and then that's how you get them like started into the deal. I felt like that was going to be a little difficult on my part because it's like I don't know anybody that I know offhand. Like all the friends I got are like, we're kind of rough truck driver peoples. No one that really wants to spend time painting miniatures, I can tell you that much. But I was kind of curious on how that was supposed to work out. But I don't know exactly if it's something that like I have to buy the miniatures from GW, because if it turns out that way, I'll be like, forget it. I can't buy any more GW stuff. My next purchase will be 2 combat patrols of DKOK. Would be my next set of purchases. I kind of did a little like whoopsies, like I shouldn't have bought it, but it was a pretty good deal. I got a Battle Force box for $180, and I thought that was like a really good deal. So I did buy that box. It's not a very sought after box, but I believe that will actually complete everything that I necessarily need in the Leagues of Votann is that box. And then when the combat patrols come out, when I get the combat patrols, that should stack me up pretty good for Leagues of Votann. So I got the Leagues of Votann one. Well, 180 bucks isn't bad. Oops, dip my brush in the wrong paint again. So Like, there's nothing wrong with League of Votann. The only thing that I have a problem with League of Votann is the assembly process of Leagues of Votann. And my son's been doing too good in school and stuff, so I can't punish him from building miniatures for me, so he's been too good. I'm like, dang it all. I got like a mountain. Like, he built pretty much all my Necrons, which is pretty impressive. But, and I'm working on the Necrons too. And I have to give him a commission percentage for building my Necrons, which is it's valuable. Like, it's well earned, because he did build them really well. He's a relatively smart cookie, because he was sitting there and he goes, I would like to have a commission on those. I was like, really now? He goes, I keep hearing you talk about commissions, so I want commissions on the builds. And I was like, oh man, trust me, Rosie, it's it's not as great as you think it is. He is a wonderful builder. I'm not going to complain about his builds. His builds are awesome. He does great freaking builds. It's just getting him to do it. Money is still not really like a thing for him right yet. Like, he doesn't mind having money, but money's not like a thing. But he sat there and he goes, I'll build them, but I want a commission for the builds. And it's pretty high. I have to say, it's pretty high, but I am literally sick of building miniatures. Like, I am like over it. I got 100 boxes. I'm over building. Like, I built thousands of miniatures. Like, I'm like, you know what, whatever. I'm like, what is your commission price? Here you go. And he's like, I think I got him down. I think I got him down to 10%, but I mean, he was pretty high. I think he wanted like 20% commissions for building those. And I was in there, I was like, 20% of the sale of commissions built. And I'm like, and he was like, okay, fine, you can give him 15. And I was like, I could probably work on 15. So I think I got him 15. It's either 10 or 15. So he wants 10, 15% commission off the sales of the miniatures that he builds for the ones that I sell. So then it gets even more specific. Ha! You're gonna have to get that boomer a giant magnifying glass so he can go and see the miniatures to scrape all those mold lines. With those sausage fingers. Sit there and be like, I'm sorry, baby, but I broke your miniatures. You'd be like, what did you just do? And then Armand builds like excellent miniatures. I know, Nemo. So I give him, I'm like, all right. So he's taking like 15 bucks per 100. He's taking like 15 bucks per 100. And I'm like, you know what? That's not bad. So I told him, but here's the thing. Okay, now that we're on an agreement of about 15% commission on models being sold, when I ask him to build models, now here's the question that comes out of them. Are these ones your armies, or are these ones going to be sold on eBay? And I even told him I'll pay him. I even told him I'll pay him if they're my army. And he's just... It's difficult, guys. It's difficult. He's a clever boy. He's a clever boy. He's getting older, and it's hard to trick him into doing them. But he does build awesome models, though. I have to give him credit for those. He builds awesome models. Because, I mean, he sits there, like, when he's building models, like, it's not like he's just slapping these things together. Like, he's sitting there and goes, sorry, Dad, I only got, like, 5 models done in, like, 4 hours, but they're immaculate. They're immaculate. There's not a mold line. I showed him how to start doing sprue goo on the seams, like when you put the 2 seams together. I was showing him how to do that. I mean, I'm telling you, they're 5 immaculate pieces. Like, he spends a ton of time on them. Like, they are absolutely stellar. What's up, Devon? Sarah Elizabeth, how's it going? Everybody's just purple. Sunset purple. Yeah, Nemo, I was thinking about doing like an Etsy account, but the eBay one keeps me relatively busy, so. I mean, I was strongly thinking about opening up an Etsy store, but I got scared and I chickened out because I didn't know exactly like what was gonna happen if I opened it up for. Not too bad, pretty good. Just got in, nice. Now I was just talking about my son and his little deal that he was supposed to do for me, but golly, look at that. Yeah, exactly. Nah, it was something else with Armand. He was funny. He cracked me up really good about those friggin' how he wanted to get paid. Like I said, dude. Like I said, guys. Like this is a lot of stuff on these miniatures. You played a BS list and still pulled out 63 points? And that was into a hard meta list? Wow. I don't think there's a rose on that one. I don't think there's any roses on that one either. This one just has the one right here, I think. Yeah, I kind of took a little too much there. No, he has 2. 2 little baby roses. So that's rose, rose, and rose. Okay. Got some roses. So what army were you playing? Nope, I missed another rose here. And I need a little bit of green now because there's a leaf right here. Okay. I was gonna have to wait. Terminator Grey Knights versus new Gramis Imperial Guard. Oh, you brought your Imperial, you did your Grey Knights? Max on primaries, so that's nice. Did pretty good then. That's awesome, man. .46 primary, that's really good, man. Okay. Almost there, guys. Like, these dudes are almost done. Like, might not think it, but it is. We're dang close. We just gotta get the greeneries a little done a little bit better. You played your buddies Votan yesterday and tabled them on turn 2? Dang. 2 Libbies, a Chaplain, 3 Brother Squads with Banner, with Arceum and Psy Cannon, 2 Grandmaster Dread Knights and 10-man Pally. Banner, Narc, and Psy Cannon. That's awesome. Ever with them, he usually plays the Chaos Knights, and I've never won against him playing those. Hey, you were 2+, 4+ all across the board. Like almost unkillable. The game earlier in the day and I beat Devon by 4 points. Nice. Trevor 1 and 2. It felt so good to squash him flat. Yeah, I could hear that. Especially when he was like beating you with the Chaos Knights. Orcs versus Grey Knights, but Devon has shit rolls and card draws. With action, which is hard with so few units. I can see that. I got down land fortresses and I didn't let him get them out of his deployment zone. Oh, okay, so you just trapped him in there and just started blowing them up. Okay. Almost there. Getting all the greeneries done. Maybe we need to get the bones. And then this crow. Bones and crow, and then it's pretty much due for a wash. And then we've got I don't know, depending on what we got for time-wise. We've got time to whip out another night hunt miniature. Maybe we'll do all the Mirrormorn Banshees. That'd be kind of cool. We'll probably do those next. But that's just for today, because starting January we got to work on the new giveaway piece for the end of the month. It's been giving me like great practice for all my non-metallic metals and everything that I've been working on. So I can start working on actual pieces for competition pieces, which would be nice. Okay, now we just got some bones, so we'll do that. We're gonna do red, gray, and then the bone. The Rugal Dorn tanks suck? Oh, that sucks. Really? They're such a cool model too. "50 attacks with -2 AP and flat 3. It went boom. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, 50 saves. If you got them all to go through, they're like, here's 50 saves. Oh, that's like brutal, dude. Brutal. There's 50 saves. There's a skull. This one has a skull. Oh, I missed some green here. Missed some greenage. Okay. That has a skull. I felt like every one of them had a skull, but I could be wrong. This one does not. This one has a skull right there. And this one has like some bone chunks here. Nothing too cereal. Okay. And this one has 0 bones. All right, next color, we're gonna just go with bone. Crap. Bones are done. Now I just gotta get the crow, but I gotta take a leak now. I'll be right back. Oh, good night, Nemo. You have a good evening and have an awesome new year. And I'll catch you guys the day after the new year. I'll catch you guys on the Friday of New Year. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna put a be right back. Be right back. All right. I am back. We are back. We're gonna finish these dudes. These dudes are gonna be done today, and then there'll be another set that needs to get painted. Okay, so we gotta do the little bird. We gotta do the little bird word. And then a little white on the back end. All right. You got this. And then we gotta do like their arms, but I did these things so different. I don't know exactly what I want to use. Oh wow, look at this huge mist that I just did. Look at all this. Rose vine right here. And roses. What was wrong with me? How did I miss that so badly? And there's a skull right there. Oh my goodness. That is pretty bad. That is pretty bad. Really bad. My goodness. Oh crap. little bit of purple. Alright. Then we gotta get to the skull. Because there's one right here. Okay, and then the stinking bird. I think I got some black right here. Still active from last stream. Into the bright green again. Okay. And the brighter of those. Have to go a little brighter. I know it's kind of pushing the gun, but we're just gonna get the edges here because the paint really hasn't really dried. So I'm kind of pushing it a bit, but it works. Okay, now we gotta get just the bone on the skulls, and then should be all right. Perfect. Okay. Now we gotta finish up the rest of this bird. Ah, do I have a small chiseler? And for that to dry, and then we gotta work on the skull. I'm trying to think about what the heck I gotta do for the skull. What color is this? I wonder. my pale yellow. What color is this? Golden brown, maybe. Oh, of course I missed. Missed the trash can. Oh, that was terrible, Brent. A brand new bottle of 17 milliliter bottle of Pro Krill here. Had some spares. Okay. All right. Shoot, you know what? I need more of that mid brown real quick. I missed a spot on the cloaks. What a pain. All right. Looks okay. Oh, doesn't look bad. Let's see if the crow is dry enough for me to mess around. I think so. I'm gonna go into that bright pale gray or bright neutral gray. Just gonna dry brush it. Maybe. Acting weird. Now I want to get like where is it? Payne's gray. I like this color too. This one's nice. We're gonna have to mix a little bit of gray in it just to brighten it up a touch though. Maybe. Oh my gosh. Stuff's coming out like. Perfect. So it doesn't look just like the statue after we're all done. We're going to give it a little bit of a blue hue to it. Good, good, good. All right, next up, now that all my bases are practically all done now, which is nice. Now, You gotta do the skull bits and the staff. Which I think the next part of the staff is actually adding the warm brown to it, which is perfect. Did a little mahogany, so I had something that like sticks to it a little bit. And guys, we have all that white prime. Broken Sword Miniatures, hey, what's up? Hobby for a few hours? That's awesome. Awesome, awesome. What are you planning on working on? Making some field tents. Their USA troops have a base in Conflict 47 for a game tomorrow. Nice. Okay. J-Rocks, thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. Down a smaller brush. Gonna have to start mixing some of this. Oh, light earth from AK into this. Get some lighter wood look here. Since most of these dudes are gonna be inactive in a few months, so it'll be alright not to go too berserk and crazy on them. I still want them to look relatively decent. Matching to the rest of the army, which I'll make sure I update pictures. I had some pictures, but they weren't in front of, they weren't in my my booth for taking photos, but I'll try to post those pictures of all the Nighthaunts on my Instagram. They turned out actually really good. And they're like probably the most colorful army that I actually ever own. Because even if I'm actually going to be working on like Slaves to Darkness or the Soulblight Grave Lords, they won't be nearly as colorful as these Nighthaunts. Nighthaunts in all sorts of different colors here. All different kinds of ghosts. So they weren't just a whole bunch of the same. And then so I don't lose track of what is what when I'm playing them, because they do have so much similarities that you can get things relatively confused. I can get things confused. I don't know about you guys, but if you ever play these guys, I get them confused because they're all like the same. I was like, oh, those are not my Grim Gas Reapers. They're whatever the heck these Glaivewraith Stalkers, you know what I'm saying? Ow, 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 ow. Ooh, maybe that was a mistake. Let's not do that. Oh. Yeah, you got Skaven you're gonna start in 2026? Nice. Heck yeah. Get some Skaven dudes done. Get some rats. Get some rats. They got some really cool miniatures. I like the new update on them. I like the new miniatures that they did for them. They look good. Updated some. Francois, what's up? How's it going? More of the usual. 15 billion layers of yellows. Actually, you're not doing the yellows, you're doing all the little decals and stuff, right? so close. So close I can taste it. It's gonna be nice getting these guys done. For the slight short window for them. All right. Got the sticks. The sticks. Now let's get okay, let's all right, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Well, it's not really skin, but like how I did the bones on these dudes. They're just super pale. I would almost want to say they're gray, but they're not. I know what they're from because they're scale 75, or not scale, I'm sorry. They're army painter colors. What I'm gonna need is like a, let's start it out with a brown gray. Which is gonna be relatively dark at first, but we're gonna do a brown gray. Post away on stencils for the second leg, so working on the side cannon, nice. Wondering if instead of a Dread Knight, if I put 2 more Brotherhood Terminator units in a list, could drop the chap and then put 2 Grandmasters in. The Dread Knights didn't do anything. So I'll run it as a Banisher. It's basically dark packs for Grey Knights without the mortal wounds if I fail the leadership chest. Okay. Let's go with the brown gray first. Like the easiest way of doing this thing was gonna make them all that oxide color from G-dubs, but of course I made these dudes specifically a different colored match tone. And they would not match the other 4 of them that I have, so I gotta get relatively close. It's a pain, but and we've been doing a lot of assembly batches, which is cool. If I was able to stream on Sunday like I wanted to, I would have had these dudes already done and we would be working on those Mirrormorn Banshees and getting them all set up and done. There's another spot I forgot on these dudes. Son of a gun. Not detrimental, but forgot their little pokey spikes. pokey spikes. Yeah, I really never have any time to, haven't had time to actually like sit down and mess around with the Imperial Knights and get the Imperial Knights up and get a game going. All right. Oh, now I get the spikes. Oh. Wow. I'm burning some serious time. I might not even have any time to work on me or more banshees after we get these dudes done. All these little things. And then I gotta get the Stormcast Eternal chick. Prime, so I'm all ready for her on Friday. Alright. Now I gotta make sure that I can actually get a color proper for this. I almost wanted to say that that pale yellow was the proper color. It just needs to be a little bit more faded. So I'm gonna take that brown gray, we're gonna take the pale yellow and start mixing it in there. That is damn close. Hard part was just trying to match colors. That's what like most of the time I'm doing. Hecatone coming in with that raid. I appreciate that. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? Hecatone and the one heck of a raid coming in. There's raid time, you biscuit. That's funny. Like a ton of crows. A fellow death player, yes. The Nighthaunts, which I did, we're working on now. Because it's the closest one that I have to actually having like a full completed army of. And a lot of these models are old and getting close to not being able to be playable, so we're getting these dudes done first. Unfortunately, like my Mirrormorn Banshee and all that stuff, or not the Mirrormorn Banshees, the Morngul and stuff like that, I don't think I could play them anymore. It was kind of funny because it's been a long time since I actually started whipping out the like Age of Sigmar models. And then when I do, I start getting involved and I'm like looking up. I'm like, oh, what are the names of these dudes? And they're not even on GW's store anymore, so things are becoming irrelevant. Soul Blight salute, nice. Got tons of Soul Blight bleep lops. I love vampires, so I definitely have those. I have majority of all my stuff is death. So, and then chaos. And like, I got the Slaves of Darkness. It's actually my true original. And then Nighthaunts were like my second army I picked up. And then I have the Soul Blight Grave Lords. It's going well, Hecatone. How was your stream? What were you up to? The Stormcast, yeah, I got some Stormcast here too. They normally just come because of the starting player sets and stuff like that, but it's not like I have like a mass amount of them by any means. Just enough to go, what the heck do I do with them? That's pretty much all I have for Stormcast Eternals. Lore character making your Dwangorn Lord, oh nice. The Dwarf Lord for the Conquest. Oh man, I need to get into Conquest. I'm thinking about like Nords. I like the Nords a lot. And then it looks like there's a lot more than what I remember being on Conquest, so a lot more miniatures than I thought. I mean, they got a bunch of cool stuff. That or like is it 1,000 swords? 100 swords? 100 army? Is it just 100 army? Can't remember what the heck they're called. Session painting the dwarf lord shield in blue stone and making the gems on them look like fool's gold. That's awesome. You got a full Ruination Chamber army. 100 Kingdoms. Okay, thank you. Yeah, 100 Kingdoms. Okay, 100 Kingdoms. I thought the 100 Kingdoms looked really cool. But you know, I gotta say, like, I just recently looked up on Conquest. I was like, holy crap, they got a lot more factions than when I remember Conquest first came out. You know, and I was like, wow, that's a lot. Like, and then I remember, like, the newest thing was, like, the orcs on dinosaurs. And I was like, that's cool. And then after that, I never even checked about on the Conquest stuff. And then I looked now and I'm like, holy crap, there's like another faction coming out. Looks like they're all a bunch of like colorful bugs. Sarn plays, thank you. I appreciate that follow. And then even like that new faction coming out with all the bugs and stuff. They look pretty cool too. I like them. You have like a bug dragon and stuff. It's pretty cool. And like big old like moth bugs with things writing on them. You have to be an adult in the morning. I got you, Devon. You have a good evening. I appreciate you coming and hanging. I'm getting close. Just like trying to finish these things. We're on the cusp though. We're on the cusp of being done. Made a big tactical rock for her to stand on. I do have one Conquest character, and I have no idea where I put her. She has to be in that pile of stuff. But I think she's like 100 Kingdom. I would love to pull that one out and start painting that. I got a handful of stuff that I need to get painted. I just can't paint fast enough. Got too much crap. Been trying to do like a mass exodus of friggin' 40K stuff. And I'm like painting Necrons like a madman. I'm trying to get them all done. Be working on some more Necrons tomorrow. I think I'll probably be spending at least the next 3 weeks or so painting Necrons. Ow, dang it. It's pain. Put the model in the whips? Oh, shoot. Take a look and see what, I don't know if anybody else put stuff in there. These are cool. See, they're just such good pieces. Like, they're such nice, good sized models. Like, they really are. That's awesome. Okay, I can see where you're working on that food's gold on that shield. Scales, the cloak looks really good. Nice. such cool. These things are such cool models. They're such cool models. We picked up about 5 of them just to paint. It's like a good idea. Probably should be like not fully committed, but at least have some. I can be like at least finish some of some other things besides GW stuff. Would probably be kind of nice. However, I did do a handful of Lethal Shadow models. I could do that. I did a bunch of them. Well, not a bunch, I guess. I did a small few. Small few. Probably did like 4 or 5 or so. 5 of them. Lethal Shadow models. Did like what, 2 of the Mindwork miniatures. But it'd probably be kind of a cool thing to do some Conquest models too. Bigger, and it feels like I could do more with them. Absolutely. That cloak isn't complete yet. I can see that. And I'm like, you're working on it. Working up on that. Remotely close to done. That dwarf is the beard. Yeah, the beard looked good too. Different factions, so it'll be fun. Pick ones that should push me a bit as far as my painting is concerned. Absolutely. Not in your area plays Conquest. Yeah, like that's another thing too. I gotta kind of look up and see in the community. Like, I was originally introduced to Conquest from demo games that were played here when Conquest first came out. And that was at my like local Game Castle store that we have. And then since then, I didn't really see anything else happening with Conquest, so I don't know if they have like a good following or not. So I'd have to. But the Game Castle had like a ton of Conquest miniatures there. And it's been like 100 years since I've been there, so I gotta go over to the local game stores and see what the heck is going on with everybody. I always keep missing out. I always show up and they're like, oh, we just did this like special thing and did this thing. I was like, oh shoot. Always missing out. Ugh, at least I can sneeze without my friggin' belly button popping out. Alright. That was pretty dang close. Look at that. So this is a model that I did before. And then that was Army Painter. And then I literally just made like the same kind of paint job. I'll take it. That looks pretty good. Alright, next we're gonna drop some white. Do the little back white pieces. Then this thing's ready for a wash. Trim, and then the wash, then we'll do an oil wash over them. And then after it dries, do the verdigris on all the blades, and then I'm done with a batch of 8. Not bad. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. All right, let's get the white. This got your Christmas gift to yourself with the Conquest models. That's awesome. That's awesome. I did not gift myself this Christmas with any models. I was behaving. I normally don't. But I actually did pretty well controlling myself a bit. Which is like completely unusual. It was very unusual. But I was behaving. I was trying to behave as best I could. Yeah. Well, because they got like so many more new models and stuff that were for the factions. Like when I was looking at it, I'm like, oh wow, this is like way more. Like when I was looking at the Nords, like normally they had like the start collecting full army of Nords, came with like the big dude and just like a million freaking like infantry dudes and stuff. And now it looks like there's like all these like start collectings, like 2 or 3 different kinds of start collectings that they have, and they have like cool little creatures and stuff for the Nords. And I was like, oh, this is so awesome. So I'd love to have like a little Viking army. So that's what would be really neat about doing the Nords. Because when I paint like the Black Forge Games miniatures, like the big statues, like I like the Viking looking dudes. There are some of my faves. Dropping the Sorcerer King models for the Nords to do a human army. Those guys aren't tiny. Hold on, let's see here. I'm considering dropping the Sorcerer King models for the Nords to do a human army. And those guys ain't tiny either. Yeah, I don't think they're. I don't believe that they're small. It just looks like there's like a bunch of them, but I don't believe that they're. Like they always have like good size. Like Conquest has like awesome size. Like mostly all of them are fitting on like 40mm bases. Well, that's crazy big for just regular infantry dudes. But they got like cool little creatures and then like the big giants. And it looks like they have like multiple kind of giants or something like that that were on them. I thought they were really neat too. And then when I like look at the 100 Kingdoms, like before 100 Kingdoms, like they didn't look as cool as they do now. Seems like they changed some things on them or something. Like something's different about the 100 Kingdoms too. Like they look different. Like a lot of horses. Like much more like different kinds of horse, cavalry looking stuff for them. Yeah, it was just like crazy when I was just looking at them because I got like an email from Parabellum. They always send me like a weekly thing, but then they're like, oh, there's a discount at the store. And I was like, oh, let me take a look. There wasn't a lot. I think I probably missed the big one from like Black Friday and stuff. I think they had like a really big sale or a big deal on them. And I was like, well, maybe next year if I can get things caught up and not drowning in miniature debt will be all right. Take my breathers from seeing about getting some of these models done and sold off would be great. And try to shrink the boxes of shelf space that I got way too much of. So exciting. Like another batch bites the dust here. We're done. Just gotta give these guys a wash. Goosey goose. No. Nice. All right. Now we just got to trim them up, wash them, and then we'll be good to go. Let's do that. Let's get into some big brushes here. We need satin black wherever I put that. Oh. There it is. Boy, trying to find a needle in a stack of needles here. Drop this. Oh. Dumb me, I just didn't do all the spiky spikes. We gotta make sure to do that. So focused on doing all the skull parts there and didn't even do the little spikes that I'm supposed to. It's like, ADHD much. Literally hanging out with multiple platforms here. Well, now I gotta get rid of the little. Gotta get back in that like skull bone color. That one's done. These ones are not. Oh, baby jump. Tundra Crusher. It's been some time. How's it going? Welcome, Raiders. Tundra Crusher, thank you so much for that raid. How's it going? It's been some time. How are things? Right. Whack a wash and be good. Painting and building D&D character. Oh, okay. You're almost about to do the D&D character at the same time. No, I haven't made mine yet, but I'm thinking about going as a druid. Going great so far. Working on your Grey Hunter on the Space Wolves. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And some Space Wolf love. I don't know if I have enough things for these things. I think they all need a wash. So I don't have 8 of these things, but we're gonna do them anyways. I have 6. Okay. I'm gonna wash them all at the same time. Ow, my toes. Oh, and then of course I stick my finger right in it like a dummy. Figures, it figures. We're gonna have to use 2 of these things. These little foxbite ones. I don't have any more of the handles. Okay. I'm gonna do a wash. We're gonna multi-black wash here. So knocking this all out, and then I got 8 of the Glaivewraith Stalkers done, and then they can go add into the rest of my army. And then I think we'll probably, well, I barely have any time left, so I don't know how much more we can start doing, but we're gonna try. Dip in the black, dip in some solvent. Just kind of wash it everywhere. Perfect. Let that rest. Let's get some space here so I don't knock everything over. There's 4. See, these ones here, I think I did them like 8 years ago on these dudes. So the only thing I really need to actually do on these guys is just do the verdigris on the blades. That'll be perfect. Perfect. No, it's nice. I just like getting at least some stuff for the Nighthunt army done. We only got like maybe 25 more models, 26 more models to do, and then I'm done with the Nighthaunts. Unless I need to add something, which I feel like there's like a model, like units that I need to get for the Nighthaunts. There's the units that I don't have, so we'll see what happens. Because it's been like 100 years since I've seen like any kind of Battle Force box or anything for Nighthaunts in some time. It is. I can see it making like fool's gold, trying to make fool's gold look like fool's gold, painting it to make it look like that. I can see that being kind of a pain in the butt there. Okay, so those need a little breather. The thing is that we're going to be working on the Stormcast Eternal girl for our end of the month giveaway for January. I need to get her primed and stuff. And then I got to get her primed. I got to get the plinth primed as well. And then just the design work on what we're planning on doing with her. It's going to be a little nutty. The Lady Sanguinius model, yeah. Yeah, I forgot what her name is. I didn't even keep the box. But I think I have the little how to build it. So the instruction manual has her name on it. So I'll have to make sure I grab that and bring it here. So I gotta get this one all primed. And then these things need to get all wiped up from oils. They're not quite there yet. And then I just got this big bundle of ghosts to still do. So I think the next one is like the Mirrormorns. I think we'll do like the Mirrormorn Banshees. Would probably be next up on board. So I got quite a bit of them to do. Got 2 sets of them. And again, another one where they came in like really awesome looking bases. Like they're such neat looking bases. Where's the other one? That's 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep, okay. Got all 8 of them. So you got the Mirrormorns, and then they'll go with the other Mirrormorns that we have from 7, 8 years ago that we painted, that I painted up. So that's what the other Mirrormorn Banshees that I did. That's what they look like previously. I just gotta figure out what in the hell colors did I use. And then see, like these were all the Grimghast Reapers that we did with the verdigris on them, and they look good. In a wash. We did 10 on the stream. Did 10 like 7 years ago, so I got like 20 of them, so that's like nice. And then I got, I don't know, I think I got 8 of these Mirrormorn Banshees in here. Yeah, and so this will be another 8, which is 16, which is probably too many. But as you can tell, like years past, like it was just a single color of copper on her, some gold, and then I think we're gonna just verdigris everything. So when we get to that point of getting these ones, we're just gonna verdigris them, like verdigris all of them, so I can kind of keep them somewhat up to date and somewhat matching. And I was like, and then I got to think about like, how in the heck did I get that color? That's like the big one. I'm not exactly sure how I got. I'm not sure how I got that blue. I'm gonna have to think about it, because it's a different kind of blue than what I did for like these dudes. Like that's a different blue, so it can't be the Nighthaunt Gloom that I used years ago. So it has to be something else that gives me a bright blue color. I don't think I had inks back in that. Yeah, I'm like trying to think of my blues that I need to do. I'm not 100% sure. Almost looks like a sky blue, but nope, it's brighter than that. Is that a gray blue? No. Had to be an army painter color. Worst part was, what kind of army painter color was it? What was it? What was it? I only have like a few bottles of army painter left. Oh, no, maybe I don't have them. Maybe these are all just, those are all pro acryls. And secret weapons. No, that's too dark. No, it's not those. I don't got any other army painters. Thought I had like a bright blue army painter color, but maybe I don't. All gonzos. Decisions. I think I might need the olive flesh. Oh, stinking colors, guys. Stocking up on colors, and then now I come across this problem. What color is that one? Oh, that's a gray blue. Don't think gray blue is bright enough. It's like a really bright blue, but it has to be brighter than sky blue. No worries, Broken Sword. How's it going? Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. So I probably have to do olive flesh mixed with the sky blue, and then that might give me the bright blue that I'm looking for. But then I'm almost thinking that maybe if I use one of these intensity inks, I think there was a bright blue, wasn't there? That's ocean blue. That's deep blue. It might work. That's just a regular blue. It may work. Maybe we'll use the intensity inks. Maybe we'll shoot it with an intensity ink and see what happens. Because they're already like, they're all primed white and everything, so if I keep it thin enough, maybe it'll brighten it up. Yeah, they are crazy strong. We were using them on, what model were we working on? I can't remember. I used all inks on them. Oh yeah, we were doing the endless spells. And I used the green and it turned out like freaking awesome. Okay. We need to wipe these. We need to wipe these things. This. Starting to dry, which is kind of crazy because it's so cold right now. Surprised that these things are drying up at all. I don't have any humidity in the air, so that's probably the reason. Wiped up, cleaned up. Oh, man, my time's up too. Gee whiz. Okay, I can't even work on the Miramore and Banshees. My time's all up. But this needs to get wiped up right away. Can't let them sit for too long. And then once they're all dry, just doing the verdigris on all these little pieces here. Beaky, what's up? How's it going? For paints, I've landed on Pro Acryl and Army Painter for the bulk of my acrylics and metallics. Nice. Nice. Like, I painted with Army Painter for like bazillion years, it felt like. Then I got into the Pro Acryls, and then I was burning through my Army Painters because they were getting old. And then never went back to Army Painter, but because at the time when I was getting paints and stuff, Army Painter never came out with their new, you know, Fanatic colors. Wiping up all this oil. Wiping up the oils. Feels like I'm getting more on myself than what I'm doing here. Best ranges for inks is those? Yeah, I was really curious about the AK Intensity inks, or whatever they were called. Just the inks from AK Interactive. I was like, I really want to try these. And then like these things are pretty awesome. I have a ton of Liquitex inks. I use a ton of those. Oh, it's pretty nice. Nice and washed. Like I said, this stuff dries relatively fast with that Mr. Hobby oil wash. Works really good. Just trying to pick up all the pooling that's happening on the miniature and where I don't want it really. So you can see like it pulls up like right here on the blade. So I'm always like wiping those up. Wiping the external parts here because they don't really need to be covered in black because they'll be like the brightest part of the miniature, right? And then the ghostly parts that are on the back end here, that's the reason why I kind of wipe those off because I don't really need those really dark. And then they can kind of rest in the center right here, like in the deepest crevice. So I'll wipe some of it, but I'll just let it sit. But this stuff is awesome. I love this stuff. It's been like one of my favorites for getting like mass amounts of armies done and getting a wash that doesn't like interfere with the actual paint job itself or coffee stain it and stuff like that. That's why I love it. I love the oil wash. And then once I'm done with those, I want to start working with the villainy inks and see how those things are doing, how well those things work, because those will be like my next one, because it's getting so hard to get it's so hard to get my hands on Mr. Hobby stuff that I don't know what the heck is going on now. So I got to try to figure out a secondary wash that I can use, and I think I might use those enamels of the villainy inks and start using those. So I was planning on ordering myself a set of those down the road here, but I still got quite a bit of Mr. Hobby wash, so we'll be pretty good. Pretty good for the most part. Oh, couple little spots here. The dollar rounding inks also. Yeah, I hear that those inks are awesome, and there's a couple people that use them already, and they said that they were freaking great. Like 46 and 2 uses them, Antifreeze uses them, that's on stream here. Like he uses them, 46 and 2 uses them. It's like they look fantastic. I'm like, boy, I really like to get my hands on some of those. They don't look like they're too expensive and won't break the bank, so looks like that'll be kind of a plus there. Sweet. Alrighty, guys. Well, that's like 8 Glaivewraith Stalkers. All done. We finally finished all the bases to them, and they're all ghostly, and they look good. And then once they're dry, I'll do the verdigris on all the bronze that's on them, the bronze blades and stuff. But that'll be later until they're like completely dry before I do that. And then I guess the Miramore and Banshees will have to wait until after we're done with the end of the month miniature that we're gonna get done. Just another idea, like what I'm doing with these end of the month miniatures is that I'm actually putting almost up to that competitive paint jobs on them, just to get myself back into practice doing non-metallic metals, because we're going to be doing a ton of gold on this thing. Gold, silver, and whatever we're planning on doing. And then the concept idea of her is pretty much like coming off of a cliffside of the backdrop. So I'm like utilizing plinths that I've been printing out on the 3D printer, and then also ones with backdrops and utilizing those because I haven't seen those either. This one will probably be really cool if it comes out the way I want it to, but to literally come out of the backdrop, leaning in, and then doing the cloud covers, the lightning with the copper wires, and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be really neat. I think it'll look really cool. So anyways, guys, that is it for me for tonight. I am done. My incisions are telling me that I need to stop, so that's what we're going to do. All right, guys. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate you coming and hanging out with me tonight. Thank you guys for hanging out here on Twitch and also there on YouTube as well. I do appreciate it. Make sure that you give me a like and subscribe over there on YouTube. I really do appreciate that. And over here, thank you guys for the follows, the raids, the subs, the resubs. I do appreciate the support over here as well, so thank you guys. Shout out to the sponsors above. You can use those commands in chat, or you can go over to my Discord, !Discord. They'll be over in my sponsor affiliate links. You're more welcome to use those links and those discount codes as much as you like. I also have my eBay store, another way to support the stream. Pretty much everything I paint on the stream here, I put it over on eBay. I've been working on Necrons, technically off stream. These dudes here, I'm actually doing them for my own army, like my own personal army, but doesn't mean that I won't sell them. They're my stuff. They're not commissions or anything like that. I'll be having some commissions here soon. We'll be working on those. So I would have to put off my army a bit and start working on the commissions when they arrive. I should be having those here shortly. So, and then I have to build them and do all that kind of stuff with them. So get them up to prepping them to see if I have to do more work than I need to on them. See what I have to do, unless I can do them all in one piece or I have to do sub-assembly. That's what I'm meaning behind that. Yeah, over on eBay, exclamation mark eBay. You can get on Discord or on the eBay. Check out my eBay store. I've been working on a ton of Necrons, and I'm still going to be working on Necrons and cramming them all on there. As many as I can do. I want to get all my Necrons done. So you might see me on stream painting some Necrons. You might not. I'm leaving all my character models for last, so I'll probably do those on stream. Do all the character models like the Lord, Destroyers, and all that kind of stuff. We'll do them on stream and stuff. I got a lot of cool ones. Royal Wardens, the Psychophage, Technomancers, all those kind of things. We'll paint all those on stream. Other than that, let's see here. Got my socials. Make sure you guys go over on my socials. Check me out on Instagram. I've been trying to put up pictures on there. And again, never took any pictures of that dang red gobo I sent off today to antifreeze. I'm doing terrible at taking pictures of these end of the month miniatures. I completely forgot to take pictures of it. I've been launching off miniatures without taking pictures of them. Yeah, I forgot again. Dude, this is 3 of them. I didn't take pictures of the assassin. I didn't take pictures of the... see, now I'm already forgetting them because I don't even have pictures of them anymore. The assassin we gave away. The other one was the... Shoot, now I can't remember. I can't remember after the assassin. Got the assassin. It keeps breaking. I have to fix it. And then now I can't remember. Take one and give me a picture of it. Probably help. Yeah, so, and the other 2 I didn't take pictures of either. I can't remember. I know I remember the assassin, but I don't remember the one I did before that. That was on a plinth. Oh, the vampire chick. So the vampire chick, the assassin, and the red gobo I didn't take any pictures of. Friggin' dummy. I looked at him like, oh my god, I just sent that thing off to antifreeze today, and I'm like looking at my phone like, I didn't even take any pictures of it. Anyways, guys, yeah, so make sure you hit me up on the Instas. Other than that, that should be it for my spiel. Let me go on to my Twitch, refresh myself, and let's go and crash over onto Inquisitor Burnsy. Inquisitor Burnsy. I'll see you all next year on Friday. And then we'll be working on a different miniature. Be putting on my Nighthaunts off to the side, and we'll be working on her doing tons of non-metallic metal, which I'll make sure I blow that up a lot because it seems like a lot of people like hanging out when you're doing non-metallic metals. So you're gonna get a big old dose of it with a whole Stormcast Eternal chick. So other than that, guys, let's go over to Inquisitor Burnsy and see what he's up to. Other than that, guys, thank you so much for coming and hanging out, and I will catch you guys on Friday. Till then, take care.
All I have, I might have some ice cream, a Mounds candy bar,